Dustin Pedroia 0 for 3 last night. Reigning AL MVP.
Well, when you look at it last night, Pedroia didn't walk, although he did walk in the ninth. Over 4. When you shut down these two guys, you got to find a way to win that ball game.
You certainly give yourself a better chance to win when you do. Range from 2-0.
The way they played against us last year in the past, I don't know if they've ever been shut down like that before. When you do shut them down, you got to win. It's hard to do.
Pedroia to be followed by Ortiz. Euclid if somebody gets aboard. Now the 3-0.
comfort zone that every hitter has.
It almost looks uncomfortable the way he's so close together with his feet.
Look at the pigeon-toed feet. I don't know if that keeps his hip in there or his front shoulder in there. And then his hand on that back until it gets down into the hitting area. He'll bring the hands down. That's just things that he uses to, get everything into position to hit the baseball, because he's no different than any other bat gets to the hitting area. All good hitters, they just find a way to make them relax until they can get their hands through the hitting zone. And his looks goofy, but I'll tell you what, it works.
No matter how they start, they all finish at opposite ground.
You watch the swing. The hands, they could be up above your head, they could be down here. And when they get ready to cock their hands and get down into hitting position, they're all in the same spot. They're sitting behind the baseball looking at it. And then a great follow through as the ball will jump off the bat.
Runner at second, 2 down, the 1-2 pitch.
That's another thing great hitters do. They don't go out of their zone for the most part. They don't give away at bats. And your good hitters, when you're down 0-2, wasn't as count. They find a way to work their way back into counts. That looked like a little breaking ball out in front of the plate that was not in check. You've seen Darwin do it. You see guys do it on the ballpark day in and day out.
2-2.
It's a lot of off-speed pitches now that he's going after. Those pitches he's fouling off to the left, they're all changeups. The one he was out in front of early. He's still out in front of him, but he's not letting Reyes get away with it like he did the first time.
Guys are on their toes down in the Indians dugout.
Down below the screen.
2-2.
Swing weight, you know where he's going to be. Didn't mean to, but you got to get him when he's fouling the pitches off. So that'll be a hit batter. He'll take first base. That was a fastball. When the guy's so comfortable in there, and you got to try and come in, there you go. He's going to have to hit him, and there goes Yucas. But it was a good battle. He won't forget it the next time he comes up.
Out 2 on, 2 out for J.D. Drew. He was limited to 1 pinch hit appearance in last night's ball game. He was a sore hamstring. In the lineup tonight, playing right field. Drew batting .250 to start the year. Second pitch of the inning coming up here for Reyes. Bundled up tonight here at Progressive Field. 47 degrees at game time. Check out Eric Wedge in his starting nine. Brought to you by Brady Sizemore, Jubal Cabrera, and Victor Martinez. Followed by Hafner, Marco, and Hugh. Walton, DeRosa, and Francisco rounded up.
It's going to be Brad Benedict. He has 4 start this year. He's 2-0. A high ERA, and he gets some of the best run support in the league early in this year. Penny in his career, 2-7, 45 career starts.
which limited him to just 17 starts for the Dodgers. Cabrera lines one toward the alley. Bay will cut it off. And a one-out single for Asdrubal Cabrera, who came in batting .317.
Let's set the Sox defense for you. Behind Brad Penny this evening, it's Bay in left, Ellsbury in center, Drew is in right. Lowell at third, Lugo making his first start at shortstop this year, Pedroia at second, Euclid at first, and Veritek behind the plate.
Breaking ball looked pretty good, but a little bit too high. Victor Martinez was 1 for 4 in last night's game. Now batting .390 on the year, second in the league in batting average. Victor has hit in 7 straight games. And that fastball is in there for a strike. One on, one out here. Tribe down 1-0. Batting bottom of the first. You can hear him grunt when he lets go of the baseball. Our field mics picked that up. Count 2-1 now. Were there guys you remember facing that would
Nolan
be
audible?
Used
to grunt. Yeah, he would grunt, and it'd come in there awfully hard, too.
The ball was grunting as well, probably.
Yeah, a few guys would grunt. Maximum effort type.
Cabrera takes off. Martinez yanks it to right field as Asdrubal will go to third. Indians at the corners as Victor Martinez extends his hitting streak to 8 games.
Now, Victor, he's still locked in, and these guys love the fastball, and he gets one off Penny here and just hammers it to right. Cabrera was off and running, and I mean, this is a 94 mile an hour away, and he just turns it around like it's nothing. He loves that fastball, Victor does. Easy for Cabrera to get to third base, so back come the Indians with an opportunity to at least tie this ball game up here.
That'll bring up Travis Hafner, who was limited to 1 pinch hit appearance in the game last night. Eric Wedge hoping to see his club rally right back here after Boston got a run in the first. At the corners with 1 down. And he misses outside with a fastball. On the year, Hafner batting an even .300 against right-handed pitching. 3 of his 4 homers have come against right-handers. Up high, 2-0. Brad Penny was originally a 5th-round pick of the Diamondbacks way back in 1996 out of high school in Oklahoma. Made his debut in 2000 in the big leagues with the Florida Marlins. Pop back foul out of play. Now the 2-1. Breaking ball and a good one in there. Evens the count. At the trading deadline in 2004, the Dodgers sent Paul LaDuca, the catcher, Juan Encarnacion, outfielder, and pitcher Guillermo Mota to the Marlins to get Brad Penny and Hee-Sop Choi. And the 2-2 to Hafner is fouled away. Dodger pitching coach Rick Honeycutt on why Penny had a subpar 08. Said he had shoulder issues and he never got comfortable. He's a power guy, not a finesse guy, and he needs to feel strong.
Well, you can see basically fastball, curveball coming right now.
That breaking ball just missed, and the count goes full. Ryan Garko waits on deck. As Drupal Cabrera, the runner at third, with Victor Martinez down at first. One away here, first inning. Outfield for Hafner straight away. And the payoff pitch. It was low, ball 4.
Well, he was not going to give in and throw Hafner the fastball, and Pronk showed a little patience there on laying off the curveball. So let's check out the sequence from Penny to Hafner in this at-bat. He says, all right, I'm going to try and throw that little two-seamer away. Missed with 2 heaters. Hafner fouled one off. A curveball, it makes it 2-2. Fouled off the fastball. Tried to go with the 2-2 hook and the 3-2 hook. Both of them missed. Good patience, and the Indians have them loaded.
So now Ryan Garko gets a chance to bat with the bases loaded. And 1 out here in the first. Garko was 1 for 3 in last night's ball game. Cabrera at third, Martinez at second, Hafner down at first. And a fastball is foul tipped by Garko. Garko, a good career hitter in these situations. He's always been a guy who thrives in RBI opportunities.
Well, they do have the bases loaded, and I did see in the paper today where the Grand Slam is they've had more at this time of year than they have ever.
It's all the rage right now in Major League Baseball.
It has been. I think they've had 26, if I'm not mistaken.
On pace to shatter the all-time record.
Over 200 if they were to continue at this pace. I mean, the ball's flying out everywhere.
Well, let's see if Ryan Garko can do his part to keep the trend alive.
Just look for a base hit, but you look when you see the bases loaded. I just thought about that today.
Just missed with that pitch. 2-1.
Penny, also, when you can't spot that fastball, and if you're a power pitcher, those hitters are going to get a good look at it. And then, he's been he's thrown more balls than strikes, 12 balls to 10 strikes.
Pitching coach John Farrell looking on. Now the 2-1 to Garko. Back out of play to even the count. So both starting pitchers really having a labor here in the first inning. Reyes made 29 pitches in the first inning. This will be number 24 for Penny. Bases loaded, 1 out. And a 2-2 count on Ryan Garko. And that ball hammered deep left center field. Bay back, he'll make the catch. Tagging at third and coming home is Drupal Cabrera. And we are tied at 1.
It's all right. Job well done by Garko. Hit the ball right on the nose. Can't guide it. He'll get a sacrifice fly. That's only the 3rd sac fly for the Indians this year. So right there, you're doing your job. That's last in the league, but they get a sac fly. He hits the ball right on the nose. That wind blowing in today, so it's not carrying like it has the last 4 days, Matt.
No.
So the Indians will come out. They'll tie the ball game up at 1 apiece.
You could see Penny turned around. He was concerned initially, but I don't know if the ball died or if it just didn't carry that well.
A lot of times when that wind's blowing in, even with that high wall out there, it'll knock it down. The wind's coming in. For some reason, it knocks it down out in left field.
because it certainly looked like he hit that right on the barrel. But we're tied up 1 apiece. First and second, 2 down for Shin-Soo Choo. See the big flag blowing straight in tonight. In the dirt, 2-0 the count on Shin-Soo Choo.
Both these pitchers starting out pitching behind in the count to these offenses. The hitters, they're going to love it. I mean, they can eliminate a little bit of the doubt that they have.
Took a little something off, and count now 2-1. Choo is looking for that fastball right there, and Penny crossed him up.
Well, it was a little off that fastball. I don't know if it was a two-seamer or something like that. It wasn't a straight fastball. Four-seamer.
The 2-1. Up high, 3 balls and a strike. Choo is hit in 6 straight games.
Well, that's what it looks like somewhat when you're in that batter's box. Not quite. Choo had it's a little closer to his head than it was yours.
The 3-1. Topper off the plate. And the play made by Youkilis to end the inning. The Indians get a run back, and we're tied up 1 apiece after an inning of play. Tied at 1. Go to the second inning. Mike Lowell will lead it off, bottom third of the Red Sox order. Anthony Reyes delivers low and away. Reyes and Brad Penny each made 29 pitches in the first inning. Last night, Tommy Boe tells us, Cliff Lee and Tim Wakefield combined for 28 pitches. Off the end of the bat, shallow center. Grady Sizemore coming fast, and he'll make the grab, 1 away.
Well, this is one here where you can get fooled as an outfielder. It's a ball off the end of the bat. And watch Grady start in. Sort of froze, turned sideways, and realized that ball's going to be in, and he's got to get it on the dead run.
Especially with the wind pushing it away from you back toward the infield.
Pushing it in, that's right. Well, as an outfielder today, you can play in a few steps than you would normally do because you should be able to get a little help from that wind knocking it down.
Jason Varitek takes a strike. Didn't play last night with the knuckleballer on the mound. Off to a slow start, batting .216. last year, Varitek hit .201 against right-handed pitchers.
Well, at an age now where, you know, that batting average has gone down, he's going to have to make a few adjustments offensively if he wants to, you know, improve. Of course, he's the captain. He's behind the plate. He's the guy in that clubhouse, and it would have been tough for the Red Sox not to bring this guy back.
Well, there was a
when he was a free agent.
There was a lot of speculation in the offseason as to what would happen with Jason Varitek.
Well, in Boston, you almost have to bring him back.
Fastball in there for a strike. Full count. Varitek filed for free agency at the end of last season. And he draws a walk here with one out in the second inning.
Well, browse the largest selection of authentic team gear at the official online shop of the Tribe. That'll be Indians.com. Get your clubhouse caps, T-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more straight from the source, Indians.com.
Here now is Julio Lugo making his season debut with the Red Sox. Activated from the DL yesterday. He had arthroscopic surgery on his right knee. Back toward the end of spring training. See what he did last year, 268.
And only, 82 games for him, half a year.
Ball bounces away from Victor, but Varitek holds at first. Well, as I mentioned last night, the big storyline at Red Sox spring training camp was who would win the job. Would it be Lugo, the veteran, or Jed Lowry, the young player they have high hopes for? And both of them ended up getting hurt.
They really like Lowry. I think Lowry would have won that job outright, but as you mentioned,
Lugo yanks it deep left field near the pole, and it is foul. Whew, not by much. Lugo tried to wrap it around the Walgreen pole.
Well, you can see it was just foul. That was a changeup.
One ball and two strikes to count with Varitek at first base. And again out in front of it. This one broke his bat. He ended up with just the handle in his hand, and there's the barrel down behind third base.
Actually, right in front of the Indians' dugout. The ball and the bat head basically went in the same direction. Look at that. Imagine the pitch before he hit a home run, foul. Next pitch, there goes the bat head.
Now a new piece of lumber. Two and two the count. .43rd pitch of the game here for Anthony Reyes. Liner over the head of Cabrera into right center. Chu will cut it off. Varitek's going to go for third. And the throw is cut off. Red Sox at the corners with one out. And we turn it back over now to the top of the order. So Boston threatening again here in the second.
Well, he stayed on that pitch. I give him credit. He didn't try to pull it. He just goes the other way, right where it was pitched over the head of Cabrera into right field. That'll be the third hit for the Sox. And back they come. This could go on all night long the way these two guys started out pitching. A lot of them falling behind in the count, going deep in the count to a lot of the hitters. Both these teams, these hitters are not afraid to take you deep in the count. And if they get it in their favor, they like to sit on pitches. So 1st and 3rd again for Boston.
Jacoby Ellsbury flied out to left his first time up. Good change of pace there. Had him out in front.
There it is. Good movement. Good location.
First and 3rd, 1 out. 0-2 count. Reyes deals, and it's down too low. Ellsbury hit into a double play last night. Already the 4th time he's hit into a double play, which tells you that he hits the ball hard, because with his speed, he's not easy to double up. And on the double play last night, it was a hot smash just to the left of his Asdrubal Cabrera, and he was able to turn the double play on Ellsbury. Took the sting out of his bat. Carries pretty well, though, to deep left. Francisco makes the catch. That'll allow Varitek to tag and score, and the Red Sox regain the lead 2-1. For Ellsbury, it's his 7th RBI on the year. And a runner at first with 2 down now for Dustin Pedroia, who doubled his first time up. Curious to see, coming off the knee surgery, how that affects the wheels of Julio Lugo, because historically he is a guy that can run a little bit.
Well, the Red Sox have 15 stolen bases. Of course, Ellsbury has 10 of them. But you're right. Reyes is a guy you can run on. He's about 1.5 to home plate. Average, I would say, for a major league pitcher to deliver the baseball is about 1.3. So he's a little slower than normal. So if you get in a situation like this, and you let your guys that you think can steal go ahead and run.
He stole a dozen bases last year, one of 4 Red Sox players to have 10 or more steals. Holding here, and the pitch is outside to even the count.
But usually, even if you do come up knee surgery or anything, you are put through a series of tests to make sure you can do everything baseball related before they're even going to activate you. They have you sliding. They have you do everything before they activate you, and you're ready to go. So if they feel that they can run, there's no reason why they wouldn't here.
You know, the average guy has arthroscopic knee surgery, and it's probably a year before he's 100% a guy. But professional athletes, well, they're in such great shape to begin with. They have the surgery. They're back in a few weeks.
But their rehab is killer, man. They come back, and, I mean, they spend hours a day, and they work hard to get back to this level.
And the 2-1. And Pedroia again goes the other way, down the right field line. Chu will cut it off. Strong throw to second, holds Pedroia to a single this time.
Tell you what, he made him stop that time. The first time Chu had to slide on the grass to try and pick it up. Pedroia got a double. This time he was thinking double. He would have been a dead duck because that throw was right on the money. Beautiful cutoff by Chu. It saves a run. And it held Pedroia to a single. Again, the same pitch. It's up and out over the plate. He goes that way. And he thought he was going to get to second. I mean, he ran it hard. Look at him. And he's going to be halfway down. Watch Chu here. He made him put the brakes on. Beautiful throw.
So first and third, 2 down for David Ortiz. And the pitch is inside, ball 1. And another lengthy inning for Anthony Reyes. Now 52 pitches on the ballgame. 29 tosses in the first inning. And really having to work hard here in the second. A run already in. Boston has regained the lead. Out of play. 1-1 to count. Ortiz riding a 7-game hitting streak coming in tonight. which tells you how slowly he has started the year, because even with the 7-game hitting streak, his batting average just at .234. Softly hit, but you talk about putting it in the right spot. That's going to get one home. Pedroia coming around third. He'll get the stop sign there. RBI double for David Ortiz with 2 out, and it puts Boston in front now 3-1. Looked like Ortiz just reached out and punched that into the gap.
Yeah, he couldn't have placed it any better, that's for sure. And the reason why he's able to keep his hands back, the ball was elevated. Nothing from Reyes has been down in the strike zone. So when that ball is up, and even if you're fooled, it makes it a little easier for that hitter to reach and pull it over into the alley, and he did just that.
Carl Willis out to chat with Reyes here. Still not out of the woods yet, with Kevin Youkilis coming up.
See, watch it. He'll keep his hands back, but watch where the elevation is of the pitch. See that? It's up high enough where even though he's fooled, if it's down, a player's got to reach for it, and they hit little weak pop-ups. The more it's elevated, the more hands you can keep it back and do a little more damage with it.
I mean, it literally looked like he steered that into right center field. So he's hit an 8 straight now. And Kevin Youkilis takes a strike. 7 first pitch strikes for Youkilis in the 13 hitters that he has faced. Trying to get out of this after allowing 2 runs here in the inning. 1-1 the count now on Youkilis, who was hit by a pitch in that first inning. Pedroia the runner at third, Ortiz at second. And the count now goes to 2-1. Maybe got him to expand the strike zone a little bit there, 2-2. Youkilis, who has a very good eye, might have chased there. And on the 2-2, he's able to foul it off. Reyes ready, he fires, and it's a full count. 60 pitches so far for Anthony Reyes.
Not good. And only 33 strikes. This is his 4th full count.
And on the payoff pitch, it's hammered foul. Almost got DeMarlo Hale, the third base coach. Dustin Pedroia saying you're going to have to be nimble over here, huh? Stay loose. Remember in that first at bat, Youkilis fouled a number of pitches off over on that left side. Again, the 3-2. This one's yanked to left, fair ball into the corner. That'll get 2 more home. Youkilis on his way to second. And that's 3 straight 2-out hits for the Red Sox. And they now lead it 5-1.
Now, right now, Anthony Reyes is not fooling anybody, and everything is, boy, not down his targeted center. And you're not, these Red Sox hitters way too good. He's not going to get away with pitches there. He pulls that ball into the corner. It's now a 4-run second inning.
Indians bullpen getting busy. J.D. Drew lines one toward left. Francisco coming hard, dives and makes the catch to end the inning. Boston puts up 4, and they now lead at 5-1, middle of the second. "5-1", Boston in front early here as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Red Sox got 3 straight 2-out hits to grab the early advantage here. Now Johnny Peralta starts the bottom of the second with a single into center field. It may be one of those nights. Let's head back to the STO studios right now for a Forward Sports update.
That's right. They have a doubleheader there because of the rain out yesterday. Must be Seattle's only time in.
They played that first game in 1 hour and 52 minutes.
Did they really? 2-1. That's a good ball game.
Here is Mark DeRosa, batting 8th tonight. And he lines one past Lugo. So Lugo's had one go by him left, and now one go by him to the right side. And the first 2 aboard here in the second inning.
Well, he jumps on that fastball from Brad Penny that's up in the zone. Turns on it, gets just out of the reach of Lugo. So back-to-back singles for the Tribe, and here they come.
Right now, Julio Lugo's saying, okay, my first game back, where's the routine play? Just looking to get my feet back under me, get back into the flow of things. He's getting rockets hit at him. Now Ben Francisco. He looks at a ball up high. DeRosa's had good career success against Penny. Trying to keep it rolling here. Francisco trying to snap an 0 for 8. Tried to bunt it, and he fouled it back.
Well, what he's trying to do in that situation with Mike Lowell's way back at third base, so he's just trying to string it along and keep it going. Get a base hit, not a bad idea.
Lowell still not convinced he's going to bunt. He backs up at third.
Yeah, well, he's saying, go ahead. I'll give you the bunt. That's exactly what he's telling him.
Now it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
You know, the first time you do it, it's the element of surprise.
Right.
You know, and if you can keep the inning going, great. But then what happens, he comes back and he drops Uncle Charlie on him, curveball. Now you're down on the count 1-2.
Bouncer to third. They go to second for no, it goes away off the glove of Pedroia. Indians get a run on his way to third as DeRosa. Tribe catches a big break right there. Looked like it might have been a double play. Lowell's throw, though, wide of the mark. I couldn't tell if Pedroia got leather on it or not. It looked like he did, but he couldn't bring it in.
I think he did get some leather on it and deflected it, because Francisco was going to go into second base, and then all of a sudden he holds up. Watch it deflect. Well, hard to tell. But there it goes, rolling down on the right field line. Peralta will come in.
Yeah,
yes, it did. It got a little bit of leather on it, so it's going to be an error on Mike Lowell. The runners will be at first and third, and the Indians have another one in. It's 5-2.
Nobody out. Grady Sizemore steps to the plate and looks at a strike. Sizemore fouled out down the left field line his first time up. Looks at a ball up high. Indians come right back here with a run in the second, threatening for more. And a fastball caught the inside corner, well placed. 94 miles an hour, and now Sizemore down on the count 1-2. Got him. First out in the inning. First strikeout for Brad Penny.
He just throws it down and away. It looks like it's got a little run to it going away from Sizemore, and Brad Penny gets his first strikeout. Comes at the right time. Man on third base, less than 2 outs.
Penny has made 40 pitches so far here early in the game, as Drupal Cabrera had an opposite field single and scored the Tribe's first run. And he gets it over. Francisco, the runner at first base. DeRosa over at third. Up high with a heat. Jacoby Ellsbury, the center fielder for Boston, shading Cabrera the other way toward left center, which is where he hit it his first time up.
Well, he stayed on a fastball nicely. His first at-bat, looking to do the same thing. You get the count in your favor. I mean, if you're a hitter, at least from what I've seen so far, I'd look for the fastball at Penny and just try and stay with it. You take his curveball. Until you get to 2 strikes and then adjust.
Breaking ball in the dirt.
Yeah,
follows your advice.
Well, spit on it. I mean, until he proves he can throw it for a strike consistently, there's no reason as a hitter to swing at it. You know, it's a good overhand curveball, 12-6 spin on it, and it looks like it's got good break to it. It doesn't look like an easy pitch to hit, but it's also a tough pitch to get called for a strike, too, so he's going to have to be perfect with it if he wants to get it called.
Count in his favor here, 2-1. Francisco takes off. Breaking ball misses. Throw to second. Not even close.
That was not a bad pitch, and he didn't get it called. Veritek's looking back there and asking him right now, what's wrong? He's telling him that's a good pitch. That wasn't a bad curveball.
I was a little surprised he didn't call it a strike initially. Well, let's get another look here.
That pitch right there is a tough one to get called a strike from a lot of umpires.
It did look like it was outside.
Well, it may have been, but they picked the right pitch to run on, so give Francisco a stolen base. And Cabrera's got a 3-1 count. Sit on the fastball.
Up high, they're loaded.
Good eye. Good job.
So the second time in as many innings, the Indians have loaded the bases against Boston starter Brad Penny. Let's check out our Subway fresh face of the game down on the farm. Matt Laporta continuing to tear it up. International League Hitter of the Week. He only batted .520 with 2 dingers, 6 runs batted in. 381 on the season. He is absolutely on fire. Subway, play hard, eat fresh. Speaking of on fire, Victor Martinez has hit in 8 straight games. 14 for his last 30. Bases loaded with 1 out. And looks at a fastball down low.
Boy, both these pitchers go same line. Each following one another. Ton of base runners, ton of pitches.
Victor lays off a tough pitch. 2-0.
Yeah, I would not swing it at one of his curveballs at all. I mean, if you see it starting up high, you just take it. And, you know, Victor wanted to, he was thinking about it. He just spun those hips open. The hand stayed back.
You almost have to make him throw a strike, don't you? Even if you're the red-hot Martinez?
Well, I would say yes, but
he goes after it, chops it.
See what happens. And when you get into those situations, that was a pitcher's pitch, and Victor's trying to pull that ball, and he's lucky he didn't keep it fair. It could have been a double play. Watch. When you're a 2-0 count, that's not a pitch that Victor can hit a home run on. So why go ahead and swing at it? That's one where you're patient and you say, well, it'll be strike one. It's still 2-1. See, down. He looked at and asked the umpire down. Then why'd you swing? You know, you're supposed to
because he couldn't help himself.
Well, but I'm saying you're supposed to shrink the zone as a hitter when you have a 2-0 count. Don't expand it for the pitcher.
There's a reason why he's a .255 hitter with the bases loaded in his career.
He wants to drive in all 4. There you go. Now you got a 3-1. Now you make that pitch you're going to swing at shrink the zone that much more. Believe me, the pressure's on that guy right there. He doesn't want to walk anybody, but he also doesn't want to throw one right down the middle.
Drive down 5-2, but they've got him loaded with 1 out and a 3-1 count for their best hitter. Swung out and missed, full count.
Boy, 2 times in a row in this at-bat. He's helped him out.
Got the fastball, but
see, that's the, I mean, even that goes to show you what hitters think. And how pitchers can get out of it. Even as Victor is locked in, as well as he swung the bat, when you get runners on base, he's too aggressive. He's not being patient enough.
So now the payoff pitch. Fly ball, right field. J.D. Drew makes the catch, tagging at third and coming home is Mark DeRosa. And it's now a 5-3 ball game. So Martinez drives home his 10th run of the year. And there are now 2 out.
Well, watch Martinez. He gets into a good hitter's count. He's patient there. He wanted to swing but didn't. Swung and shouldn't. Takes a pitch there. Swings at ball. And then he was going to swing no matter where it was at. He wants to get the runners home. He does get 1 in. It's a 5-3 ball game. Now it's up to Pronk.
Travis Hafner walked his first time up tonight. 2 aboard with 2 down. Penny wriggled off the hook in the first inning after loaded the bases with 1 out, only giving up the 1 run. Indians have come back with 2 here in the second. They still trail it by 2. Hafner has homered 4 times on the year. He's driven in 8. And now Jason Varitek wants to go out and talk to Penny. Hafner trying to make this a big inning for the Indians. Both managers are wondering what the rest of this game is going to be like.
Well, I can guarantee it's going to be into the bullpen real soon.
We've got 8 runs on the board already in the second inning.
Both bullpens will be used tonight.
This is going to be Brad Penny's 53rd pitch. Anthony Reyes over 60.
Yeah.
62 to be exact.
Well, it's just as good as the 2 starters were last night. These 2 guys are struggling to get through the first couple innings.
The 0-1 to Hafner. In the dirt, and a good stop by Varitek. Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, pulled around on the right side, playing out in shallow right field. You see Lugo shading up the middle. So a gigantic hole up the middle for Travis. He's in a good hitter's count now, 2-1. With 2 on and 2 out on the Tribe, down 2 runs. And he swings and misses. Now the right-hander's 2-2 pitch. Shot for the outside corner and missed. He really wound up that one 95 miles an hour. But the count has now gone full. So Francisco at second and Cabrera at first will be taking off on this 3-2 pitch. And if Hafner can find an alley, the Indians can tie the game. They're off. And a 3-2 pitch is grounded towards Pedroia. He'll throw from shallow right center, and Hafner is out. Indians get 2 back, and through 2 innings, it's Boston 5 and Cleveland 3. Brad Penny talking in the dugout about what's gone wrong for him so far. He still has the lead, but both he and Indian starter Anthony Reyes have thrown a ton of pitches, 119 through 2 innings. And Tommy Bowe right on it. Last night, Cliff Lee and Tim Wakefield had thrown 54 at this point. New day, new game. Jason Bay leads off, out on strikes his first time up. And he takes the first pitch strike.
Well, he also had with this year Anthony Reyes with runners on base. He was pitching to a 160 clip, 4 for 25. Well, the Red Sox are already 5 for 8 with runners on base. Second time around in that lineup where I told you they were 280 during the year. They're 3 for 4 right now.
He's got Bay down on the count 0-2. Ray is trying to right the ship and give the Indians a few innings now.
Yeah, well, he could use a nice 1-2-3 inning and then get that offense right back in there and make the Penny stay out there for a while.
Penny appeared to be a little agitated in the Red Sox dugout when he went in.
I would be too. I'm throwing the ball like that.
I don't know if he's upset with himself, if he's upset with maybe he felt like he was squeezed on some pitches or what, but he clearly was unhappy. The 1-2 broke his bat. Cabrera flying out. He's not going to get to it. Grady almost did, but he smothers it. And it's going to be a leadoff bloop broken bat single for Jason Bay.
Nothing you can do about that. He made a good pitch, and the guy who's hot gets a base hit. So nothing you could do. Broke his bat. That was a great try, but Grady wasn't going to get there, and Cabrera wasn't. Well, look at the trap. He kept it in front, held it to a single. Good job. And when you run that hard and that far, you might as well dive. You never know if it'll go in. It went in. It just happened to go in on a hop.
Mike Lowell now steps in. Last night in the 9th inning, Lowell sent a sinking liner to center that Grady dove for, and it skipped past him. And that enabled Lowell to get his first triple of the year.
And maybe his only triple of the year. But that dive was out of frustration.
Check out our Firestone League leaders. Firestone, a tradition of innovation. Mike Lowell, second in the AL in runs batted in. Grady Sizemore tied for 6th. Two balls and a strike. Runner goes, ball hit off the end of the bat again. This is going to drop. So a couple of broken bat bloopers fall in shallow center, and the Red Sox are right back in business here in the 3rd, and the Indians bullpen is going to get busy again.
Well, they should be about ready after last inning. Another one off the end of the bat. Bay was running, so he knew that it was going to fall. He saw it was off the end of the bat, had a very good read on that ball. So they have runners. Here they come. Back again at the corners. Time for Carl Willis to come and stall for some time. I mean,
it's going to be last man standing tonight.
Well, Vinny Chalk's going to come in. You're going to have to get some innings from your pen. It's never been a good thing when we've had to go to the bullpen this early in a ball game this year to try and get innings. I mean, it's been tough. It's tough for any team when you get into the bullpen in 3rd or 4th inning.
Red Sox bullpen was used extensively in their series against the Red Sox. But last night
against the Yankees?
I mean, against the Yankees. They got a break last night when Tim Wakefield was able to go deep. Manny Del Carmen worked an inning, and then Jonathan Papelbon finished it off in the 9th.
Well, the Sox are already with 8 hits. Of course, the 2 in this inning, broken bat hits, but I mean, that's just the way it goes. But you cannot let the Red Sox get much farther ahead the way the Indians have been scoring.
Varitek walked his first time up tonight. And he takes a ball. A little bit outside, 2-0. He tried to hold up, but he went too far. Either that or he called it a strike. Either way, pretty good pitch, 2-1. Now Reyes with a 2-1 delivery. And that's hammered to right field. Another run comes in as Bay scores. Lowell on his way to third, chug-a-luggin'. He'll stand there.
Well,
and
Eric's
it's now 6-3 Boston.
I mean,
Varitek has his fourth double of the year and his ninth run batted in.
That's the fourth double by the Sox. I don't think he can wait any longer. I mean, to tell you, high changeup, and anytime he's going to his money pitch, it's that changeup. He's got to go get him.
Julio Lugo, the batter, had a base hit in his first at bat of the year. An opposite field line drive single, and that's going to be it for Anthony Reyes. 76 pitches will mark the end of his night, and he'll leave with Red Sox at second and third. (6-3) Boston on top. And Vinny Chalk coming on for the Indians. Anthony Reyes, 2 innings plus 3 hitters, 9 hits, 6 runs, a walk, a strikeout, a hit batter.
Yeah, not a good day for Anthony Reyes. So now you turn it over to the bullpen. Vinny Chalk's turn to come in. And, there's a lot of innings to eat up right here. So Eric Wedge needs somebody to really step up out of that pen and just try and keep it. They've still got 2 runners on and nobody out. If they should get him in, it makes it an 8-3 game. You still have a lot of game left. But you can't fall that far behind. So he's going to have some good help from a bullpen. And you can see those 2 are talking right now. So it's up to Vinny Chalk to see if he can minimize the damage in this inning. First 3 hitters on base. They're on second and third, nobody out. And the Red Sox have a 6-3 lead.
So here is Julio Lugo. Single and a run scored. And a fastball misses inside. Vinny Chalk delivers, and Lugo wouldn't chase after it, so now it's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch is low, 3-0. You got Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck in the top of the order. And there's a fastball in there. Chalk with a fastball, slider, changeup, also has a curve. (3-1). Bouncer to third base. DeRosa will look back Lowell. And Lugo is out number 1. Here's a look at tonight's All-Tel text poll question of the game. Which of the following prospects are you most excited about seeing in Cleveland? Matt Laporta, Luis Valbuena, Hector Rondon, or David Huff? Text your answer to 31962. Results coming up later in the game. Rondon and Huff, couple of good-looking young pitchers. Valbuena, middle infielder. Laporta, the outfielder who we talked about earlier.
First baseman / first baseman, right?
Yes, indeed. Here is Jacoby Ellsbury. Looks at the ball inside.
Well, Chalk was able to get that first out, keep the runners at bay. We're in the third inning. This is third at bat already. So you know it's been a tough night to this point for the Tribe.
1-0 pitch, swung on and foul tipped. The Red Sox got 1 in the first, 4 in the second, and a run in so far here in the third. Vinny Chalk coming out of the bullpen trying to douse the flames here. Tapper to first. Garco.
Get your out.
He'll just take the out. He couldn't get the ball out of his mitt. I think it looked like he wanted to try to come home, but he just couldn't get a good grip on it. So a run scores, 7-3 Boston. Ellsbury picks up his second RBI on the night.
Well, anytime you're coming in and there's any doubt, you just make sure you get an out. Whether you want to or not, you see he's come running in and he wisely says, all right, I'm just going to grab it and take my out. The run scores, but they get the second out.
Varitek still at second base. 2 down for Dustin Pedroia, who is 2 for 2. He has single, doubled, scored 2 runs. Vinny Chalk, drafted originally by the Blue Jays. He's also pitched with the Giants. And now in his first year in an Indians uniform. The 1-0 in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. rode the fastball in at the knees, 2-1. Chalk deals, and Pedroia promptly lines it into right field. Varitek will be held at third. Chu, his throw comes all the way in. Pedroia holds at first. He's 3 for 3 tonight.
Well, you keep throwing that fastball up in the zone, he'll go 5 for 5. Watch the location. Every pitch he has hit tonight, it has been mid-thigh and above. And for a little guy, he likes that ball up there. That very easy to handle, and he ropes it again. All 3 hits to right field. That's 10 hits now for the Red Sox. But they don't score. Varitek has to hold at third, so it's first and third and 2 outs.
So now David Ortiz, who had an RBI double and scored a run in the second inning. Lays off. 2 balls, no strikes. This is a Red Sox lineup that, man, it just has very few holes in it. They've got a very potent lineup. And when you pitch from behind, you make it doubly tough on yourself.
It was a tougher lineup when it had Manny in it. I'll tell you what. I think when Manny was in this lineup, this guy was the beneficiary of a lot better pitches. I'm talking about Ortiz. But Euclid has developed into a terrific hitter to go with Pedroia. It's a tough lineup to pitch to, and they're patient and they work the count.
There's a strike, 3-1. Ortiz sitting in the catbird seat, as they say, with a 3-1 count, 4-run lead, and 2 men on base. And Chalk taking too long. Ortiz steps out again. So after a brief conversation, Martinez heads back to home plate. Chalk has kind of picked up where Reyes left off. 9 balls, just 7 strikes. But he has recorded 2 outs. And now it's a full count.
Well, Vinny Chalk didn't want to go in and throw him a fastball. So they finally got it straightened out. He wanted to throw him a breaking ball, and he had to hit for it. But Ortiz didn't have to swing because it's a 3-1 count now. It's 3-2.
Pedroia will be off with the pitch, and the payoff is fouled away. We've played an hour and a half, and we are in the top of the third.
Yeah,
that's the kind of offensive night it has been.
Well, actually, it's been a bad pitching night is what it's been.
After last night. Again, Pedroia goes. Payoff pitch is ball 4, and they are loaded.
Well, make your trip to the ballpark one to remember with a Smucker's scoreboard greeting. Send a birthday wish, say congratulations, just see your name in lights. Call 216-420-HITS to order your scoreboard greeting today.
Now Kevin Youkilis, he looks at a fastball for strike one. Youkilis has been hit by a pitch, and then he doubled in a pair of runs in the second. One ball and one strike on Kevin Youkilis, who grew up 3.5, 4 hours or so down I-71, depending on how heavy your foot is.
Well, that means 3 for you. Especially after your card you received today.
Bases loaded, 2 down, the 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. Youkilis grew up a fan of the Cincinnati Reds. But he's so young, he grew up, his Reds were Eric Davis, and those Cincinnati Reds of the early 90s. Two and one to count. Bases loaded, 2 away. And the 2-1 pitch is hammered foul. The runner at third is Jason Varitek. The runner at second, Dustin Pedroia. And David Ortiz down at first. Already the 24th pitch for Vinny Chalk. The 2-2. And now the count is full. So everybody moves on this 3-2 pitch. Chalk just trying to keep the Indians in this game. Already down 4. But the way it's gone, you just want to keep within striking distance because it may be one of those nights. Here's the payoff pitch. In the air center field. Grady Sizemore is there. Makes the catch. And the Indians get out of it. But the Red Sox get 2 more. And now we go to the bottom of the third, 7-3 Boston. We go to the bottom of the third here at Progressive Field, where the Red Sox lead at 7-3.
That's right, bottom of the third. There hasn't been anything close to a 1-2-3 inning yet.
Brad Penny had to sit in that dugout for quite a while, too, on top of everything else. So
Well, I'm sure he'll come out a lot sharper.
He may be warmer. He was probably sitting by the heater.
That's true.
Ryan Garko will lead it off for the Indians. Drove in a run in his first at bat with a sacrifice fly. And it's inside for ball one.
I got to ask, how many strike ones have there been tonight, Tommy? From both sides. It seems like very, very few.
Well, for Penny, 29 balls, 29 strikes to this point. And that evens the count at 1-1 on Ryan Garko. Garko to be followed by Shin-Soo Choo and Johnny Peralta here in the third.
A total of 10 first pitch strikes on all the hitters tonight. But I think both teams have 5.
Red Sox have out hit the Indians 10-4 as we come into the bottom of the third inning. Brad Penny, now he's got the one he likes in the 1-2 delivery. He missed with it. And it all evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes. Breaking ball misses, full count.
Well, that's one thing Indians hitters have not done. They haven't gone after that curveball from him, have they?
No, I'm a little surprised now coming out armed with a 4-run lead that he wouldn't just challenge you a little bit more right here. And the payoff pitch. Ryan, big bouncer behind the bag. Lowell, long throw on the money. Beautiful play by Mike Lowell, one away. Let's go back to the STO studios right now for a Ford Sports update. One down here in the third for Shin-Soo Choo, who bounced out to first to end the first inning. And a base hit into right field for Choo. 5th hit of the night for the Tribe. And that will bring up Johnny Peralta. Senior PGA Championship Challenge keyword of the day is Palmer. If you would like the chance to win tickets to the Senior PGA event, along with autographed flags from previous champs, log on to STOHD.com. Fill out the entry form with the keyword Palmer. 20 winners selected. Enter today. We had Jay Haas here last night at the ballpark. Join us in the booth for a half inning. The defending champ, he'll be out of Canterbury for the event coming up.
He had to go to Iowa today. He was up bright and early, because he won back-to-back events, I guess, and they had to promote that other one up in Iowa this morning. But he'll be back here before, about 3 weeks when that tournament takes place out at Canterbury.
Now the 0-1.
Got
tight. Did it hit him? It did.
Yeah, it did. It got a
Clipped
piece
him
of
on the
I
shoulder.
I heard it.
So
That
now
Mike,
the Indians have 2 on with 1 out.
Mike has that down that field mic'd very well. Looks like a little two-seamer. He's trying to come in and just a flex off the forearm there.
Check out our great clip of the game from yesterday. Mark DeRosa. Jonathan Papelbon in the 9th inning. Laced one right back up the middle. Relax. You're at Great Clips. And DeRosa had a base hit in his first at-bat tonight, so hopefully that's a sign of better things to come for the Indians' third baseman. 2 on, 1 out. Tribe trying to come right back and keep the heat on. They're down 4. a strike evens the count of 1-1. Ground ball to first, eaten up by Youkilis. Goes to second, the ball goes off Lugo's glove. Here comes Chu, and the Indians get a run. Second error of the night committed right at second base for Boston. The first one charged to Lowell on the throw. This one looked like it hit Lugo right square in the mitt, and he didn't come up with it.
Boy, that's the second time they had a chance to turn a double play, and the Indians have scored on it. And you're right, Youkilis got the ball in a hurry, had quick feet. Turn sideways. Let's see where the throw is at. Right there. Oh, yeah, that's got to be on Lugo. He maybe tried to throw that ball before he even caught it. That ball is right. I mean, it can't get any better than that. He just didn't catch it.
I think he'd be at a loss to explain how that happened.
Well, he's saying he stinks right there. No, that ball is catchable. That's a double play ball, so it's an error on Lugo, and the Indians score another run and keep the inning going.
Second time tonight, the Indians have scored a run without getting an RBI on a play very similar to that, just a play in the pivot that wasn't made. One on a bad throw, one on a missed catch. So it's 7-4, tying run at the plate. Francisco takes that breaking ball for a strike to even the count. It was Francisco last inning who hit that fielder's choice to Lowell that resulted in a run-scoring error. And he was trying to launch that one, and it's now 1-2. This has just kind of been a strange night at the ball yard. 73 pitches for Penny.
Well, the Indians have already thrown over 100 in 3 innings. It's just been one of those days where, you know, it stems from the mound. There have been base runners galore. There not even been, like we said, anywhere close to being a 1-2-3 inning. Boston's made 2 errors on double play balls. They have 10 hits. They've left 6. The Indians have 5 hits. They got 4 on the board, and they've left 4 stranded with 2 more on right now and only 1 out.
Well, this will be the 75th pitch of the night coming up for Brad Penny. 2 on, 1 out for the Tribe. The 2-2 to Francisco. And Penny steps away. And it's high, full count. Johnny Peralta, the runner at second. Mark DeRosa at first. There's Grady Sizemore waiting next.
I got to tell you, the defenses, I'm sure they're on their heels the way Penny's throwing tonight. Ball 1, so many pitches, deep in every count.
Long fly ball, deep left field. It is on off the foul pole. Ben Francisco, a game-tying 3-run homer. Unbelievable game. Back come the Indians with a big bomb, and we're tied at 7.
That's their first home run in 4 games. So let's check out our Pepsi replay of this 3-run homer by Ben Francisco. The first one in 4 games. That's been missing from that offense, and usually that's a big part of their scoring. And he goes off the foul pole, down into play, and we have a 7-7 game. And we are only in the 3rd.
Now Grady Sizemore. And he looks at a first pitch strike. And now the Boston bullpen is busy. They've got a left-hander loosening. What a strange game so far, and we are a long way from home. Grady lines one to right field, a base hit. It's only the 3rd hit in the inning for the Indians, but they've already plated 4 runs. And here comes John Farrell, the pitching coach. Breaking ball, Rick. He hung that one, and Sizemore stayed right on it.
Well, he sure did. Went down and hit it nicely. Indians' 7th hit of the game, and you can see Hunter Jones, the left-hander, up getting loose in the Red Sox pen.
Boston has 3 left-handers in their bullpen.
Well, Johnny Farrell trying to buy time until that pen can get ready. I don't think they can watch much more of Brad Penny.
Asdrubal Cabrera will be the batter now. He has singled, scored, and walked. So he's batting for the 3rd time in just the 3rd inning.
Well, goes to show you, yesterday we went 8 scoreless, and we come out tonight, and there's some crooked numbers on the board, and we're only in the 3rd.
Boston has sent 22 men to the plate, and Asdrubal Cabrera is the 20th man to bat for the Indians.
Well, keep your eye, Grady may be off and running.
In the dirt, he won't have to worry about it. He can jog. In fact, he's going to turn second and hold right there as Varitek got to it. Well, that's the thing about Sizemore. He didn't even think about sliding. He was thinking about making the turn and going to 3rd if Varitek couldn't locate the ball quickly.
Well, he backhands the ball and didn't put a body on it, and that's what Grady saw. You see, he was looking all the way, and he felt if he doesn't hurry up and jump on this pitch, I'm going to end up at 3rd base.
High and wide, and the count 2-0. Boy, it's hard to believe that home run by Francisco was the last homer for the Indians since Grady Sizemore's 3-run homer. Another 3-run shot in the 8th inning on April 23rd against the Royals.
It's the one that won that game for him.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's been some kind of drought. And this has been a team that really this year has relied on the long ball. Almost half of their runs scoring via the long ball.
Taken all the way, it's 3-1. Well, say what you want about Brad Penny, and he has certainly been ineffective, but you have to tip your cap to the grit the Indians have shown, getting behind early again, and they continue to fight back here. Cabrera back to the mound. Penny can't find it. He had Sizemore hung up, but he'll take the sure out at first.
Yeah, you never know, because that one went right off his pitching hand, if he even had any kind of feeling in there. You know, here's a situation where the last thing you want to do, the way he's struggling, is throw that ball away and not get an out. And then he wisely says, just let me get an out here. And let me get the second out of the inning and see if I can get out of it now.
Well, 2 down, go-ahead run 90 feet away for Victor Martinez, who drove in a run in the 2nd inning with a sacrifice fly. And the pitch is inside for ball 1. Now the 1-0 coming to Victor. In the dirt, and boy, what a job Varitek did to keep that one from going to the backstop, or the Indians would have grabbed the lead.
Well, you know, he put a body on that one. When Grady was on first, he didn't really move that body, but he did now that he's on 3rd. Put a body on it and keeps him there.
Now the 2-0 pitch. Missed inside, 3 balls, no strikes. You wonder here, Rick, if he loses Martinez, if this may not be curtains for Brad Penny.
Absolutely, yes. This is his last hitter, I would think, regardless. He gets out of it or he doesn't.
87th pitch of the night coming up right here. Caught the outside corner. Martinez was ready to go to first. Get another look.
Oh, well.
Maybe charity.
Well, he's saying stay up there. Now it's only 3-1. Still going to get a better pitch.
And that's in there. Full count.
That is the 6th full count now for Brad Penny.
Now the payoff pitch. Ball 4. He walked him. So the Indians have batted around here in the 3rd inning as Travis Hafner will come to the plate. And Terry Francona has seen enough. What a strange one we have tonight here at Progressive Field. It's a 7-7 ball game in the bottom of the 3rd. Tribe has 2 on with 2 out, and we'll be right back. We've had 43 batters come to the plate. There have been 14 runs scored. There have been 17 hits. There have been right around 200 or so pitches. And it's all taken just a shade under 2 hours. And we're only in the bottom of the 3rd.
This is like a softball game today.
Brad Penny's night over after 2 2/3. And in his defense, the Red Sox defense has played flat out lousy behind him, because had they turned the 2 double plays,
right,
he'd have been cruising through the first 3 innings.
Well, yeah, you're right. He wasn't very good, but his defense certainly did not help him one bit.
So Hunter Jones takes over now, the left-hander.
Yeah, he's a rookie. Started last year in Double-A. He appeared this year 3 games for Pawtucket. Debuted on April 20th. Came in the Yankees series a couple days ago and got 2/3 of an inning. So the left-hander here to get Travis Hafner to try and get out of the 3rd inning. The Indians still with runners at 1st and 3rd.
And he pops it straight up. Is it playable? Veritek to the screen, but perhaps the breeze helped push it back into the seats, and Half stays alive. Hunter Jones goes 6'4", 235 pounds. And the count quickly 0-2 on Hafner. Fastball, curve, slider for Hunter Jones. And the 2-strike pitch is yanked toward right field. J.D. Drew will come in and make the catch, and the inning is over. But Ben Francisco's 3-run homer off the foul pole and left has us all tied up at 7 after 3 innings. Well, the first act is over. 7-7 after 3. I have no idea what to expect the rest of the way here.
Well, a long way to go. I can tell you, you can expect to see a lot more offense if the pitching remains the same. Pitchers falling behind the counts, not throwing strikes. These two teams will do some damage to you.
Vinny Chalk trying to give the Indians some innings here out of the bullpen. J.D. Drew, 1 out of 2 with an RBI single. And the count quickly 2-0. Broke his bat. Another blooper. Look out. Francisco gets there to make the grab, 1 away. Time now to check out our All Care Dental and Dentures Smiling Easy Cam. I don't know how many smiles we have tonight. Lots of folks bundled up.
Well, they're good enough for those dollar dogs. Think of that. There's going to be a lot more dogs sold tonight with the way this game's going.
There were a lot of frowns in the first couple of innings the way this was going, but the Indians have rallied back. We're all tied up at 7 apiece. 17 locations across northeastern Ohio. All Care Dental and Dentures make seeing the dentist easy. Jason Bay singled, scored his last time up.
Well, that was the inning where both the first two guys, both Bay and Lowell, reached. They cracked bats off of Anthony Reyes and started that inning.
Jason Bay now 4 for 6 in this series. 2-2.
This could be one of those games where we go down to Jack Efton and see how many dozen baseballs they end up using. You know, with all the balls that go in the dirt, they throw them out. All the foul balls that were hit, all the balls hit all over the park. We can see that's where they're stacked and waiting.
He may get a pallet of baseballs.
Well, those are 2 extra dozen right now, and we're only in the 4th inning. So, you know, you never know. Normally, I think they go through about 6 to 8 dozen in a normal game. I said a normal game, which this is not. So you can already see a couple extra dozen already sitting out there.
The payoff. Tap foul. No matter what happens the rest of the way tonight, this will not fall under the category of normal game. The payoff pitch to Jason Bay.
Good pitch.
They appeal. He did not go. And a 1-out walk. Second walk issued by Vinny Chalk. And it will bring up Mike Lowell, who had a single his last time up.
Take a look at it. I mean, that pitch is sitting outside, and if you're going to make these guys throw it on the plate the way it's going, then these hitters are going to take it. And it's going to be a long night.
You can see Bay looking back. He wasn't sure himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a close pitch. And if these two teams they're balls, I'll tell you, see that if you're not making the hitters swing, it's going to be a long night for the pitchers. If it's going to be a hitter strike zone.
Then it is going to turn into slow pitch softball. If it isn't already. No 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes.
That's a lonely feeling when you're out there on that mound, I would imagine, that when you're making pretty good pitches, and they're close, but they're not close enough to get called strikes, you're thinking, man, I don't want to throw it down the middle.
Hot shot to third. DeRosa gets one there. Cabrera turns a double play. So Vinny Chalk comes back, gets the twin killer. And for the first time tonight, somebody sends the minimum to the plate. A new cap here at the ball yard.
Yeah, kid's head's going to grow by the time he leaves the game. Who's that?
That
Cousin
might be
It.
Either that or it's a Red Sox fan can't bear to watch anymore.
No. Well, I don't know. There's an Ohio State fan with a green jersey on and Cousin It next to him. You know, what a difference a day makes, because the last 4 days it was July weather, and we are back to, April weather. This is norm. A little cool, but dry. We'll like that.
Ryan Garko will lead off the home half of the fourth. He led off the bottom of the third with a ground out, and then the Indians proceeded to score 4 runs to tie it up.
Well, we got word from Bart Swain, media relations man over there next to us. He said they'd start off with 6 dozen balls. They added 2 dozen where we showed you, and they have 4 ready to go as well. So they stacked 2 more onto that deuce we've seen, so they're ready to go. They're in for a long night.
So that's 12 dozen they've got at their disposal.
As of right now, that's right.
That's 100.
44,
yeah.
12 times 12, carry the 1.
Garko bounces it to third. Lowell, nice and easy, throws him out, 1 down. Oh, boy. Major League Baseball scoreboard courtesy of Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's, and thank goodness they're open late, because I may be making a pit stop on the way home.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing.
Actually, a decent crowd for as crummy a day as it was weather-wise. I mean, it was gorgeous. 83 yesterday, felt like midsummer, and then I woke up today and walked outside and like, what in the world happened?
I know it, but, And
it rained pretty much all day, but the rain moved out about an hour before the game. And
that's why Chicago is playing a doubleheader tonight in Chicago. They were rained out against Seattle, so they had to make it up today. I feel fortunate it's not raining here.
Here's Shin-Soo Choo.
For the first dollar dog night of the year. Fans able to take advantage of it.
And the pitch caught the inside corner, much to the chagrin of Shin-Soo Choo. That did look like a pretty good pitch, though, on the replay. Tough one for Choo, but now the 1-2 from Hunter Jones. Bounced it in there. The 2-2 delivery. Breaking ball, popped back out of play. Hunter Jones is an interesting story. Back in 2005, when the Red Sox signed him, they didn't have a scouting report on him. And that's because when he was a sophomore at Florida State, he broke a bone in his pitching arm, had a metal rod inserted, and the doctors told him, you may never be the same pitcher again. You may never throw above 85. And so he came back, rehabbed, started pitching again. He was pitching in the Cape Cod League following the 2005 season. And the Red Sox scouting director saw him pitch and wasn't sure who he was because he wasn't on the team roster. And then when they found out who he was, he said, if you didn't know that he had the arm issues, you'd have been all over him. Let's sign him right away. And once they realized it was the same Hunter Jones that they had looked at before and realized he was healthy and had made this incredible comeback, they quickly moved to sign him as a non-drafted free agent.
Well, and what do you know? He's making his big league debut this year.
The 2-2. Caught him looking outside corner. 2 down. Well, your kids can join Josh Cribb at Cleveland Browns Stadium and play football just like the pros. Cleveland Browns Football Camp provides boys and girls an affordable way to learn football tips, techniques, and life skills from the Browns themselves. June 22nd through the 26th. Space is limited, so sign up your kids today at clevelandbrowns.com. Notice, Coach, I said kids. You are not eligible. Johnny Peralta looks at a ball in the dirt. Peralta has scored a couple of runs. And a slow curve drops in there. Just missed in off the plate. 2-1.
Johnny was on base both times when Boston has made their errors tonight and allowed the Indians to come around and score. Matter of fact, he scored the first run back in the second inning on the error by Lowell on the throw to second base. Then he was on first base when Youkilis makes the good throw going into second base, and Lugo just could not catch the ball.
And because of those errors, of the 7 runs Brad Penny allowed tonight, only 4 were earned runs. And the 2-2 missed inside. But my point earlier was that had they turned those double plays, it could have been a 7-1 ball game, because that would have gotten him out of the inning both times. So,
well, the Indians
they've taken
very
advantage.
Fortunate to take advantage of it, especially, you get an offense that's struggling and you give them extra outs. You allow them, that gives them a little more confidence.
Slow chopper to short. Lugo on the money with the throw. Indians go in order for the first time tonight. Through 4, we're tied at 7. Tied at 7 here on the shores of Lake Erie. Perhaps we've settled into some sense of normalcy here at the ball yard after each team went scoreless for the first time tonight in the 4th inning. Jason Varitek leads off the 5th. And the pitch is low for ball 1. Activity in the Indians bullpen now. Vinny Chalk came on and got out of the 3rd with nobody out. So he's worked 2 full innings, and this will be his 40th pitch.
Well, like I said, for Eric, he needs a couple of guys to come out and give him at least 2 innings. If Chalk can get through this one, it'd be great. You got Perez up getting loose. But that's what happens when, sometimes nowadays you don't carry a long man. And we had one earlier in the year in Zach Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
They decided to send him back, and they needed to match up guys, so they go with Tony Sepp. So now you need guys to go 2 innings. And most of your relievers now can do that when you break camp. But also, we're carrying 13 pitchers now. This is not a 12-man pitching staff anymore. It's 13.
This becomes what is known as a staff game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pen game. It's going to be decided from behind the wall, absolutely.
Here's the 2-1 now to Varitek.
As most of them are anymore anyway.
3 balls and a strike. Jason Varitek came in batting just .216. Walked his first time up. Got a hanging breaking ball and doubled in a run in the 3rd. Or hanging changeup, I can't recall exactly. Been a lot of pitches already in tonight's game. 3-1.
I think it was a changeup.
Full count. That was the last batter Anthony Reyes faced tonight. And then Vinny Chalk did a pretty good job coming in that situation to only allow 1 more run. And he's shut him down since. The payoff pitch. Broke his bat, and Johnny Peralta can wait back on it with the slow-footed Varitek, and that's 1 out. Well, we're going to try to recap this game. I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll give it a whirl. Kevin Youkilis had a 2-run double that made it 5-1 Boston. And then Jason Varitek, I just talked about it, that RBI double made it 6-3. They would go up 7-3, and then Ben Francisco's 3-run homer made it 7-7 in the bottom of the 3rd. And that is where we stand. 1 out for Julio Lugo, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored.
Not much. He should expand it. I mean, seriously. Umpires should just make the swing the battle.
Adam way out front. And the count quickly 0-2. Try to put him away here with a 2-strike pitch. And he wouldn't chase after it. Vinny Chalk grew up in Miami, Florida, just about a half an hour south of Dolphin Stadium or Pro Player Park, or not sure what they're calling it these days. But back when he was a kid, they didn't have the Marlins yet. So he said the only games you'd see on TV are occasionally some Yankee games. So he said when the Marlins expanded in '93, he said, I watched every game possible.
I'm surprised they didn't get Atlanta games or Cubby games.
You would think that the Superstation would have been. And then, ironically, he made his major league debut in Yankee Stadium, pitching for the Blue Jays. Here's the 2-2 to Lugo. Boy, oh boy.
Well, if you get guys that aren't going to swing the bat at borderline pitches, then it's really going to be a long night. I'll tell you what, as an umpire, if you're not going to change your zone, then you're going to see a lot of pitches tonight. And he'll be consistent with it, too, because that's his zone.
Payoff pitch now. And it's ball 4. And that's a tough break for Vinny. Looked like he made a good pitch there. On the 2-strike pitch, but it goes for the walk now, and that's going to be it for Vinny Chalk.
After our road trip and an off day on Thursday, we head out. We'll come back Friday, May 8th. We'll take on the Tigers. It'll be a post-game fireworks show set to country music. You can bring a Pepsi can, receive half-price bleacher, mezzanine, or upper box tickets.
So Rafael Perez coming on for the Indians. When we come back, we are tied at 7 here in the 5th inning. Tied at 7. Boston has a man aboard with 1 out here in the 5th inning. And left-hander Rafael Perez coming on for the Indians. For Rafi Perez, this will be his 9th appearance. Numbers don't look good, but his last time out, he looked like the old Rafael Perez we've been used to seeing.
Well, that's what I want to talk about is his last time out. It was very good. He went an inning. Matter of fact, came in and really minimized the damage. He had 3 inherited runners on base when he came in and did a terrific job against Minnesota.
He says he's ready to go, and he'll face the left-handed hitting Jacoby Ellsbury. There's Vinny Chalk, who went 2 1/3. Did not allow a run. Gave up 1 hit. He did walk 3. And he's responsible for the runner at first base. Ellsbury has driven in 2 runs tonight without a hit. He had a sac fly in the 2nd and an RBI ground out in the 3rd. Good fastball. But if you don't throw it in the thimble that is the strike zone, it's not going to be called tonight. Line up the middle, base hit. 2 on, 1 out. And Dustin Pedroia coming to the plate, 3 for 3, 2 singles, a double, 2 runs scored.
Comes back with another fastball, but gives Pedroia a little swinging, or excuse me, Ellsbury, and he just goes right back up the middle with it. So that is hit number 11 for the Sox. The first one for Ellsbury tonight, who had 2 RBIs. Now you're getting into a guy facing a hitter who's 3 for 3 tonight.
And he takes a strike. Ground ball to short. They get 1 there. The relay in time. An inning-ending double play. 2nd inning in a row. The Tribe turns 2. And we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Still tied at 5. Tied 7-all, going to the bottom of the fifth here at Progressive Field. Mark DeRosa, Ben Francisco, and Grady Sizemore will bat for Cleveland. Everybody bundled up tonight. Game time temperature 47 degrees. I'm guessing it's dropped a few since then. It is a chilly breeze coming in off the lake this evening. DeRosa has singled and scored 2 runs.
Well, unlike, what was it, the start of this trip, when it was cold, the wind was blowing out. So it was coming from a different, coming from the south. It wasn't as bad, although it was cold. But anytime that wind blows in off the lake.
It's like somebody left the freezer door open. 1-1 to count. Popped him up, shallow center. Ellsbury coming hard. Goes into a slide. He kicks off his leg. And DeRosa's going to go into second base. I'm not sure that Julio Lugo didn't shield Ellsbury from having a chance to make that play. When Ellsbury went into his slide, Lugo was also right on top of him, and it just may have shielded him from being able to make a good, clean catch.
Well, it was just one of those plays. There comes Pedroia, and there's Lugo. No, he just never got there. Just never got there. And it kicked. It's just one of those balls, I think, that the wind knocked down. He sees it all the way, you can see, but by the time he slides for it, it hit off his leg, almost like he kicked it. He kicked it away from it. It'll go as a double for DeRosa.
And the Indians have a runner in scoring position now for Ben Francisco. He's the man of the hour so far for the Tribe. That 3-run homer in the third tied the game at 7. And he looks at a strike from Hunter Jones. Boston left-hander about to make his 25th pitch since coming in. Back in that third inning with 2 on. And 1 out. He launched one down the line and dink.
Just hit the pole. Hit the inside part of the pole. How about that?
Now he's down in the count 0-2. He almost chased after it, but able to hold up. Varitek able to smother that ball in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Indians batting home half of the 5th inning. And off his foot. The Indians tonight have trailed 1-0, 5-1, and 7-3. But now all back to even, thanks to that Francisco homer. They went 1-2-3 in the 4th inning, but they've got their leadoff man in scoring position here in the 5th. Struck him out. 1 down here in the 5th. We go back to the STO studios for a Ford Sports Update. Thanks, Al. Toronto also leads Kansas City 5-0. Tampa Bay and the Twins tied at 2. They're in the 6th at the Metrodome. Here is Grady Sizemore, 1 for 3. Outside for ball 1. Sizemore, as I mentioned, came in today tied for 6th in the American League and runs batted in with 18. Pops this one up on the infield. Third baseman Mike Lowell straddling the line makes the grab. 2 down. Another look at tonight's Alltel Text Poll question of the game. Which of the following prospects are you most excited about seeing perhaps sometime in Cleveland? Matt Laporta, Indians outfielder who's off to a great start at AAA. Luis Valbuena. Hector Rondon, good-looking young pitcher. David Huff, a left-hander who's throwing well. Text your answer to 31962. Results later in the game. 2 down now for Asdrubal Cabrera. He singled and scored in his first at-bat. Walked in the second. Tapped back to the mound in the third.
Cabrera been doing a good job from this side of the plate, hitting .353. Also been a clutch hitter with runners in scoring position.
Hunter Jones with the 0-1. And it's on the inside corner. Nothing into the count. Tribe looking for a 2-out hit here to try to break the tie. And he shoots it back to stay alive. Hunter Jones came on and retired the last batter in the 3rd inning when the Indians had the go-ahead run at third base. And now with that go-ahead run at second base, he's trying to get out of the 5th. Gets away. Down to third goes DeRosa. So the wild pitch puts the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Second wild pitch tonight for Boston.
Got to try and get him to chase that breaking ball down in the dirt. Not much you could do there. It gets by him, so runner moves up.
And the 1-2 pitch popped him up. First baseman Kevin Youkilis backpedaling. Inning over. 5 complete. We are still tied at 7. The action was fast and furious through the first 3 innings. But the respective bullpens have quieted things down here. Now we go to the 6th inning, still tied at 7. Rafi Perez facing David Ortiz, and he gets him to swing and miss at that first pitch slider.
Well, you knew eventually this game had to settle down, the pace it was off or started on.
Let me amend that. I'm going to say we hoped this game would settle down.
Well, it has for the last couple of innings.
It
may get crazy. Well, usually it does. If it starts out fast, there's usually a middle part, whether it's a 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9, where the game's going to pick up like it did last night. Or when it starts out like it did tonight, like a house on fire, is going to slow down. That's the only way it could go. As many base runners, pitches, and runs that were scored early.
2-1 to count on David Ortiz, who drove in a run and scored one in the 2nd inning. Three and 1 to count. In the air, shallow left, Ben Francisco cruising in. 1 away. Tonight's Mega Millions jackpot, $181 million. You just ran out of time, I think, to get your ticket, right? 9:45? Was that the
10:45?
10:40. You got an hour.
What are you trying to short changes here? Got 1 hour.
I still haven't. 59 minutes to go. Kevin Youkilis, 2-run double in the 2nd. Rafael Perez came on in the 5th inning. Gave up a single, but then got an inning-ending double play ball off the bat of Dustin Pedroia. And now he's got Youkilis down on the count 0-2. The 0-2. Got him. Ball pops away. Victor will have to throw to first. And he does to complete the out. 2 down.
Well, redeem a Big Mac box lid for a buy one, get one free ticket this season. The offer applies to upper box seats for Monday home games this year, including the June 1st game against the Yankees. So you can bring your Big Mac box lids to any Indians team shop or the Progressive Field box office.
The batter now is J.D. Drew, 1 out of 3. He had an RBI single back in the 1st. Since then, a couple of fly ball outs to left field. Almost appears as though we've got a fine mist. Not quite a rain. Just a fine mist kind of blowing through the ballpark. Bloop towards center. Grady Sizemore coming in. He'll make the running catch. And the Red Sox go 1-2-3. Rafael Perez sharp tonight. We go to the bottom of the 6th, tied at 7. Almost looks like snow blowing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's not.
You said there was a little fine mist or a fog or something. It doesn't really seem like it's raining. Doesn't seem to be affecting anybody, but this is Hideki Okajima coming in.
Okajima, very good left-hander. We've seen him in the past. Facing Victor Martinez, Travis Hafner, and Ryan Garko here in the home half of the 6th inning. And the first pitch up high for ball 1. Okajima with that big overhand curve and an incredible changeup. Okajima spent 11 seasons pitching for the Giants in Japan. And then he pitched for the Nippon Ham Fighters in 06. Then he became an unrestricted free agent and came to Boston.
Yeah, one of those matchup guys that's done a beautiful job for Terry Francona and John Farrell. In his career against the Indians, he has 2 saves, covering 7 games, 6 1/3 innings. Matter of fact, in his time, he has never given up a hit.
There's that okie dokie pitch, that big curveball.
That's a curveball there. Look at Victor. He knows. What am I doing?
Popped him up. Boy, a lot of pop-ups for the Indians here in the last couple of innings. Second baseman Pedroia grabs it. That's 3 straight pop-up outs for Indians hitters. Let's go back to the SDO studios once again for a Ford Sports Update. All right, here's Travis Hafner, 0 for 2 tonight. Hafner's grounded out, flied out. The 1-0 and a big curveball in there for a strike. You know, if you're a power hitter like Hafner now, not only do you have to try to power it through the breeze, but you've also got to try to power it through the mist.
No, you take your line drive stroke here and hit doubles. Forget it. Forget about it, man. This is like hitting out on Martha's Vineyard over on the coast.
Big bouncer towards second baseman Pedroia from the outfield grass, throws him out, 2 down.
Well, every Wednesday home game will feature a local charity, and ticket sales will raise funds. So tomorrow night, for every ticket sold, $1 will be donated to the Salvation Army of Greater Cleveland. It's a great thing this year on every Wednesday. So tomorrow night, $1 will be donated for every ticket for the Salvation Army of Greater Cleveland.
Ryan Garko steps in, 0 for 2 tonight. Drove in a run back in the first with a sacrifice fly. We're tied at 7, bottom of the 6th. And a fastball, I believe it's a fastball in there for a strike. And the count now 2-1. Okajima, and we've talked about it before, when he lets go of the ball, he's actually looking at the ground. And he said, yes, that's true. When I release the ball, I am looking at the ground. But before the pitch, I set my target, and I envision the travel path of the ball. That one's lined up the middle into center field. A base hit for Ryan Garko. And a 2-out single will bring Shin-Soo Choo to the plate. Minor League Magazine comes your way tonight after the game right here on Sports Time Ohio. Ross Atkins, player development director for the Tribe, will have updates on all the top Indians players like Matt Laporta and company. Shin-Soo Choo, 1 out of 3. He singled and scored in the third inning.
I'm going to send along a birthday wish here to Paul Majowski, turning 71 today. He's from Harts Grove, Ohio. So, Paul, happy birthday.
Chu looks at a fastball up high. Okajima says, while I do look at the ground as I deliver the ball, immediately after I let it go, my head snaps up to pick up the catcher's mitt, because he said with major league hitters, I can't be watching the ground. I've got to make sure that if they hit the ball right back at me, I got a good feel for what the ball is going to do. But he said pitching coaches have tried to change him in the past. But he said, I can't be as effective if I change the way I throw.
Well, that's like Fernando Valenzuela. He was used to look up to the sky. He didn't look down. He looked up.
Swung out and missed, and John Farrell's been around long enough to know that if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well,
there you can see the mist blowing in front of the Red Sox dugout as Farrell looks on with Okajima working here. Ahead in the count, 1-2. Chu a tapper towards second. Pedroia will throw him out. 6 in the books. We're tied at 7 at Progressive Field. Catch the game, enjoy pizza, wings, or a famous Panini's overstuffed sandwich on their beautiful patios. Panini's, the best food and outdoor dining in town. Visit paninisgrill.com. Maybe a little soggy on the patio tonight with that overstuffed sandwich.
Well, take it inside and stay warm and
take it
check
inside,
it out.
dunk it in your beer, and it'll still be soggy. They're bundled up.
Getting under your Grady blanket.
Here at Progressive Field. They've watched a strange game unfolding in two completely distinctively different acts.
Well, what's going to happen? Here's Act 3 coming on for the seventh inning.
Act 1, fast and furious. Act 2, we settled in, developed the plot. And now it's time for the finish. Joe Smith coming on for the Indians.
He's
Rafael
got Jason
Perez.
Bay, Lowell, and then Veritek. Rafi went an inning and 2/3, gave up a hit, had a strikeout. So second good outing for him.
Joe Smith will face Jason Bay, Mike Lowell, and Jason Veritek here in the seventh inning. Bay has singled and scored, walked and struck out. Smith delivers low for ball one. Outside 2-0. Cold and damp there at Progressive Field. There's a strike. Jason Bay began the night leading the American League in walks with 20. He has one tonight. He was second in on-base percentage. There's Mike Lowell, the on-deck hitter, to be followed by Jason Veritek. The 2-2, way outside, full count. In fact, 4 of the top walks leaders in the American League are in this game tonight. Jason Bay, Kevin Youkilis, Shin-Soo Choo, and Grady Sizemore, all among the top 10. Payoff pitch. And it's ball 4, so a leadoff walk. Time now for our Direct Energy bringing the gas sequence.
Well, against one of the toughest or the league leading hitter, Rafael Perez wasted no time. Kevin Youkilis at the dish. Throws the fastball, strike one. Comes back with another one, strike two, then hits him with the slider down and in. 3 pitches, that is it.
Direct Energy, simple solutions for your natural gas supply needs. Now Joe Smith will face Mike Lowell. Lowell bounced into a double play in the 4th inning. And now Smith hoping he can get Lowell to roll over on another one here.
Well, the Indians have turned 2 tonight. They have turned 28 this year.
Tony Sipp loosening for the Indians. Their other left-hander. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Runner goes. 1-2 pitch bounced on the ground. Is short.
Boy,
Terry Francona stays out of the double play. And that's out number 1. Into scoring position goes Jason Bay.
Very smart. He figures, okay, 2 strikes. He's going to try and throw him that ground ball pitch, which he did. But I'm going to start my runner to stay out of the double play in case Lowell hits into it. And that's wisely done. See, that base is a little slick where he fell down after his cleat went over the top of the bag. But they stay out of the double play, and there's a go-ahead run in scoring position now for Boston.
Jason Veritek, the batter, RBI double tonight. He's also walked and scored and grounded out. Varitek fouls it back. Now Smith ready with the 0-1 pitch. In the air, well hit, deep left. Francisco back, makes the grab. And retreating to second is Jason Bay, 2 down.
Well, the Bud Light party deck is Progressive Field's best party area. Great tickets. Start at just $40. Includes all-you-can-eat buffet and a fantastic view out in right field. 216-420-HITS.
So Julio Lugo will be the batter with that go-ahead run at second base and 2 down. He has singled, grounded out, and walked tonight. And the pitch is low and away for ball 1.
Well, the Red Sox overall tonight 5 for 13 with runners in scoring position, but they were 4 for 7 off Anthony Reyes. The bullpen has done a nice job now, just 1 for 6.
The 1-0 pitch at the knees, a called strike. There is Jason Bay, the go-ahead run. Lugo activated from the disabled list yesterday, getting his first action of the season here tonight. Singled in his first at bat and scored back in the second inning. The 1-1. Now Joe Smith ready. And Lugo slices it just inside the line. Fair ball. Red Sox take the lead. Julio Lugo in his first action of the year has 2 hits, and he breaks a 7-all tie with an RBI single to right field with 2 outs here in the 7th, and Boston now has an 8-7 advantage.
I think that ball might have caught chalk right on the line. He does a nice job of staying inside the sinker, trying to run it inside, and right there on chalk down the first base line. So that scores Bay easily from second. So this is the first run here since the 3rd inning, and that's going to do it.
Joe Smith will head to the dugout. We got a timeout, 8-7 Boston. Boston in front now, thanks to a 2-out RBI single by Julio Lugo. That scored Jason Bay, who drew a leadoff walk here in the 7th off Joe Smith. Now left-hander Tony Sipp, who has done a terrific job in his first 2 outings for the Indians this year. Coming on to face Jacoby Ellsbury.
Trying to keep it right here, 1-run game. It was that leadoff walk in the inning where Smith walked Jason Bay. Was able to retire the next 2 guys, and then Lugo just stayed inside a sinker that caught chalk down the right field line. It scored Bay. That's the first run since the 3rd inning by either team. So it is now Boston 8, Tribe 7.
And Sipp goes right at him with a fastball strike. Ellsbury has driven in a pair of runs, one with a sac fly, one with a ground out, singled his last time up. That may have caught Victor on the bare hand.
Well, he certainly wants to keep that runner at first base and threw his body in there, and he knows when he's calling for this slider if he swings, but you see that one way out in front. No, he did a nice job of picking it. Did a very nice job.
The 1-1. Fouled out of play. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th, bottom third of the Indians' order coming up. And that bottom third of the Indians' order has accounted for 5 runs scored tonight. Tony Sipp, Mississippi native, deals the 1-2 pitch. In tight. Chopper foul. Tony Sipp, who came back from Tommy John surgery and has given the Indians that second left-hander in the bullpen. 2-2. In the air, slicing, and out of play.
You know, I know this is Tony's only his 3rd appearance, but how nice would it be for Wedge to have an extra left-hander coming out of that bullpen? You get Perez back in the form. If this young man can do what he's done the first 2 times out, or just be effective pitching as a left-hander coming out of the pen, it gives you another option here that we haven't had in a long time because Perez has been the only left-hander.
The 2-2. Down low. He couldn't get him to chase after it. Full count. Seems like for years they've been searching for that second left-hander.
For years.
They've tried, guys like Craig Breslow, who we just saw was with Minnesota. They've tried other people.
He never really got a chance to pitch here. They have tried.
They've never really found one that sticks. Tony Sipp may be their guy. Payoff pitch. Struck him out looking. But the Red Sox break the tie on the 2-out RBI hit by Julio Lugo. Stretch time in Cleveland, 8-7 Boston. Red Sox in front. And we move now to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Boston moves back to their bullpen. Takashi Saito coming on for the 7th time this year.
Another former Dodger that's coming out of the bullpen. He's 2 for 2 in save situations when he is needed to be in there. When Papelbon cannot go. Got the save in that last game of the Yankees series. Coming on to face 7, 8, 9. Peralta, DeRosa, Francisco. As Boston takes an 8-7 lead in the top half of the 7th. The Indians have been able to answer the Red Sox offense all night long in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Swung on and missed by Johnny Peralta, who is 1 for 2 tonight. Singled and scored in the 2nd, hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd. The 0-1 outside. Tonight's scoreboard update brought to you by Coors Light. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Takashi Saito, primarily fastball slider. And there was the off-speed pitch, bounced foul. Came to the big leagues from Japan as a free agent in 2006, signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers. And in his first year, pitched in 72 games for Grady Little, the then LA manager. Won 6 games out of the bullpen with a 2.07 ERA and saved 24 games. Saved 39 the following year. In the dirt.
How about this guy, though? He comes to Boston. His first game in, he surrenders a home run to Evan Longoria on the first batter he faced since with Boston. Last guy to do that was the guy that preceded him in this game, Okajima, who gave it up to John Buck the year before at the first batter that he faced. Sort of strange, don't you think? The first batter you face, new team, you're giving up a homer.
Johnny hits it in the air to center. Not going anywhere tonight. 1 down. Well, tomorrow night at 10:30, another edition of Beer Money with Jameer Howerton and Ashley Collins. They'll give bar patrons here in northeastern Ohio a chance to win a little beer money just by answering a few trivia questions. Check out the fun and test your knowledge Thursday night at 10:30 on Beer Money. It's a lot of fun. Mark DeRosa. Couple of hits tonight. He scored a couple of runs. That breaking ball missed down low, 2-0. Takashi Saito with the 2-0 pitch to Mark DeRosa. And that ball hammered deep left field. It is gone to Souvenir City, and we are tied at 8. Mark DeRosa with his 4th home run of the year. No doubt about it, laser to the porch. And we are tied once again.
So they were able to answer it again. DeRosa with his 4th home run. Comes up, jumped on a fastball, the 2nd home run of the night for the Indians. Let's check out our Pepsi replay.
Mark DeRosa with a 3-hit night.
And you know what? Even though it's called, that refresh everything right there.
Ben Francisco now looks at strike 1.
That's the 10th hit by the Indians. So both teams in double digits in hits. But I like it. They've responded every time that Boston has scored tonight. The Indians have just jumped right back.
Francisco with a line drive single in the left field. Back-to-back hits now here for the Indians. And we'll turn it over to the top of the order.
Breaking ball. Stayed up a little bit from Saito. So back-to-back hits. Ben Francisco with his second hit of the night. And now they flip it up to the top of the lineup.
Grady tried to hold up, but he went too far. Tied at 8 in the bottom of the 7th. Now Grady lines one to left, but it's right at Jason Bay. 2 down. And that will bring Asdrubal Cabrera to the plate, who is 1 for 3 tonight. Takashi Saito, his first experience in Major League Baseball was with the Dodgers, and his current teammate Brad Penny was a teammate of his in Los Angeles, and he gave him the nickname Sammy. Probably because Sammy's a lot easier to say than Takashi.
Yes, it is.
And Sammy Saito has a nice little ring to it. See if Francisco takes off if he gets a good jump with 2 down here. Ball popped loose, but Varitek kept it in front of him. Now the 1-0 pitch. There goes Francisco, and it's singled into left field. Benny hits second. He'll go to third. Nicely executed there. Francisco took off. Lugo broke over to cover the bag, and Cabrera punched it through the hole.
Well, that's more like a run and hit with 2 outs. Try and steal a base. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. I mean, off goes the runner trying to steal a base, and the shortstop vacates, Lugo. And then Cabrera stayed right on the pitch and hit it where the man vacates. You have to love that. That's a thing of beauty. When it works, it looks good. So they keep the inning going. There's runners at the corners, Victor Martinez, and that's going to bring Terry Francona out, and he's already made the call to the bullpen.
Timeout, 8-8 our score. Indians batting, bottom of the 7th. Tied at 8. Indians have runners at the corners with 2 down. Victor Martinez coming to the plate. He'll now face right-hander Ramon Ramirez.
And what a start this guy is off to this year. In his first 9 games, he's 2-0 and has not allowed a run. As a matter of fact, he's only allowed the 5 hits. Ramirez has in his 11 innings. He's walked 3, struck out 4. He came to Boston from Kansas City in the Coco Crisp deal. So Kansas City got their leadoff inning center fielder, but Boston strengthened their bullpen, and this guy's off to a great start. Opposition hitting just 147 off him. Just 5 for 34, and he's trying to get out of this inning before the Indians take the lead.
Victor Martinez 0 for 3 in his career against Ramirez. Pitched in 71 games for the Royals last year and had a 2.64 ERA. Up high to even the count. Ramon Ramirez originally signed his first pro contract with the Texas Rangers as an outfielder, but they released him after 1 year in their Dominican Summer League. He's pitched in Japan. Pitched from the Yankees system in the dirt. Good stop by Veritek. Pitched in the Rockies system. And finally in 08. And had his first real breakout year, although, he pitched well with the Rockies in 06 in 61 games, had a very respectable ERA of 3.46.
Well, I guess for a bullpen in that ballpark on that team is good.
Yeah. In the air, left center. Ellsbury on the run. He will make the catch. But the Indians tied on Mark DeRosa's 4th home run of the year. 7 of the books, knotted up at 8 apiece.
Is presented by the authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
We are tied at 8. Going to the 8th inning. And Tony Sipp, who came on to strike out Jacoby Ellsbury to end the 7th inning, will stay on to work the 8th. He'll face Dustin Pedroia, David Ortiz, and Kevin Youkilis. And that first pitch missed outside for ball one. After 3 innings of play, it was a 7-7 ball game. The middle 3 innings were scoreless. And now each team trading a run in the 7th. Who knows what to expect now over the final 2 innings.
Nobody.
It has to end. It has to have a dramatic ending. One way or the other. Jensen Lewis loosening in the Indians bullpen. 2-1 the count on Pedroia, who hit into a double play his last time up. After starting the game with a double and 2 singles and 2 runs scored. And Tony Sipp has fallen behind 3-1. Hop back, full count. Now the payoff pitch. And it's a little bit low, ball 4. So another leadoff walk. That led to a run in the 7th inning.
Well, I guess he called it low.
Well, this guy's had a small strike zone all night long. David Ortiz takes a strike. In the air, left field. Francisco makes the grab, and back to first goes Pedroia. Let's get the results of tonight's All-Tel text poll question of the game. And 78% really excited to see Matt Laporta at some point. You know what? If you're in the area, drive on down I-71. You can catch him with the AAA Columbus Clippers. He's having a great year so far. Here's Kevin Youkilis with a man on and 1 out. And a strike to the outside corner. Out of play, 0-2. Youkilis hit by a pitch in the first inning and a 2-run double in the second. Since then, he's flied to center and he struck out. The 0-2 is fouled away. Tony Sipp walked the leadoff man despite throwing a couple of pitches that looked very close in that at-bat. But for the most part, he's been pretty aggressive in going at hitters. Young guy making his major league debut this year for the Indians. Just his 3rd big league appearance. And pretty impressive when you consider it's his third major league appearance, and Eric Wedge has all the confidence in the world to throw him out here in a tight situation, just as he did in his last appearance. The 1-2 runner goes. Swung out and missed. He struck him out. 2 down. Pedroia with his third stolen base of the year.
I give Zip credit right there. He comes right back, and with that breaking ball, only this time he throws it for a strike. He'll start him out with a fastball. He's ahead 0-2. He gets away with one here. Trying to set up the down and in slider. Well, he bounced that one. He didn't on that one. He knew, and with a good hitter, you got to go back there, maybe double up and throw a strike. Now you proved him you can throw it for strikes. So next time he faces him, he won't know what to sit on. Good sequence.
J.D. Drew 1 for 4. He had an RBI back in the first inning. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it away. Drew has flied out in each of his last 3 at-bats. Checked his swing. C.B. Buckner says he didn't go. Didn't look like a bad pitch. A little bit too low. Red Sox have the go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 down here in the 8th. Tony Sipp with a 1-1 pitch. And it's out of play. The 1-2 pitch. Got him looking. Oh, what a job by Tony Sipp. He has struck out 3 tonight. And we go to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 8. Of the 8th inning. Here at Progressive Field, defensive change for the Red Sox. Nick Green has come in to play shortstop. Julio Lugo making his first start since being activated from this disabled list. He did well tonight offensively, made one error that was costly for Boston. Travis Hafner leading off, and Ramon Ramirez fires a first pitch strike. Hafner 0 for 3 tonight. Ryan Garko to follow, and then Shin-Soo Choo. Tied him up. 0-2. Just missed low. Well, you've got a tie game, just like last night. Bottom of the 8th inning. And Kerry Wood loosening in the bullpen. If the Indians take the lead, he's coming in for a save. If they don't, then he's going to probably be coming in to try to keep it a tie game. Missed outside 2-2. That did not work out well last night.
No, it did not. Well, let's see if they can get him a run tonight and make it a save situation.
The 2-2 pitch coming up here to Travis Hafner. Full count. There is Kerry Wood. Loosening for the Indians. Ramon Ramirez, the 5th Red Sox pitcher to work tonight's game, delivers the payoff pitch, and Hafner shoots it back foul. Now, should Hafner reach via the walk, Eric Wedge can go to Trevor Crowe as a pinch runner here.
Oh, I'm sure he's already in the dugout getting loose.
And the payoff pitch is fouled away. There is Trevor Crowe getting ready in case Hafner gets aboard here. Again, the 3-2 pitch. Hafner out in front of it, bangs it off the front of the Red Sox dugout. Power versus power right here, 94 miles an hour from Ramirez. See if he comes off it with a breaking ball. And the payoff pitch. Foul tipped it, and Pronk stays alive. Oh. Looked like he took a little something off that pitch, but Hafner's still able to get.
It's a 9-pitch at bat to this point.
Let's see what he goes with. Looks like a fastball. And the payoff got him looking. Painted the outside corner. One down here in the 8th.
Got him. Good pitch. Outside fastball. I don't know if Haf was sitting on a different pitch. He had 8 pitches. He pretty much saw every pitch in that at bat.
All right, so here's Ryan Garko now. 1 for 3 on the night. Garko shot that one straight back foul. I think Kerry Cams is still standing somehow. He withstood that blast.
That's because it got him in the forehead. He can take it. There he is.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and missed. Nothing into the count. Missed away with it. Each team with 8 runs, each team with a dozen hits. The difference, the 2 Red Sox errors that the Indians were able to take advantage of early in the ball game and score runs. Red Sox have stranded 9, Indians have left 10. One out, bottom of the 8th inning. Ramon Ramirez, only the 3rd hitter he's faced, and yet this will be his 19th pitch. Two and two. Came on to get Victor Martinez, who flied out to end the 7th inning. And then the long battle with Travis Hafner that he eventually won with a strikeout. Now the 2-2 pitch to Ryan Garco. And he got him. 2 down. Back-to-back strikeouts. And that will leave it up to Shin-Soo Choo. Choo tonight, 1 out of 4. Extending his hitting streak to 7 straight. At the knees, 1-1 the count. One ball and 2 strikes. Mentioned earlier, Ramirez originally signed with the Rangers as an outfielder back in 1996. They released him after a year. Then he went to Japan to become a pitcher. Impressed the Yankee scouts, and the Yankees signed him. But then they traded him in 2005 to the Rockies in the Sean Chacon deal. The Royals got Ramirez from Colorado in exchange for Jorge De La Rosa at the end of last year's spring training. And of course, he came to the Red Sox from Kansas City for Coco Crisp. So far, you'd have to say it's a trade that's helped both teams. Coco has certainly made Kansas City better.
They needed a defensive, center fielder, maybe somebody that could lead off and give them some offense. The Red Sox always looking for bullpen help.
Yeah,
I mean they've got Ellsbury out there.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Coco really was out of a kind of the odd man out
here.
Yeah,
so I mean they had the time to give up Coco, and I guess Kansas City, although they went out and signed a couple of pitchers for their bullpen, this guy would be a nice fit in anybody's bullpen, especially the way he started out here in Boston.
His 27th pitch since he came into the game is this one right here. And it's low, ball 4, a 2-out walk. And that will bring up Johnny Peralta. Johnny is 1 for 3 tonight. Chu does have 4 stolen bases on the year. But Ramirez gets it to the plate very quickly. Johnny with a half swing rolls it foul. There's Cliff Lee showing off his knuckle curve grip. I still can't figure out how in the world he throws that.
There's a couple of guys that throw it that way, and then they feel like they got a better grip on it.
Another throw over. Chu back with the dive. Ramon Ramirez. Another toss to first and another dive back for Chu. We are 10 minutes shy of the 4-hour mark for this game.
This is about an average game for Boston, though. They do play long games.
The 0-1. Back out of play. So Peralta down on the count 0-2 with 2 down and a runner at first.
High fastball here in case he runs.
He does not, and it's up by 1-2. Chu looking to Joel Skinner. Get the signs. Well, in a tie game, Ramirez wants to make sure Chu doesn't get a big jump here.
He's getting all those signs from the dugout. They're making him throw over to first base.
Runner goes up high, throw to second, not in time. Chu's got his 5th stolen base of the year, and the go-ahead run is into scoring position with 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and now the count back to even for Peralta at 2-2. He had a great jump.
Good time to go. There's the go-ahead run. Now it takes just a base hit.
Varitek wants to go out and make sure Ramirez is on the same page with the signs now that there's a runner at second base. This is where you're looking for that backbreaker hit, and the Indians have been just 1 for 28 with a runner in scoring position and 2 out on the homestand.
Well, that doesn't cut it.
Peralta trying to break that trend right here. And the 2-2. Popped in the air. Well hit into right center, but back to make the catch is Ellsbury, and the inning is over. So 8 in the books. We are still tied at 8. Tied at 8, ninth inning here at Progressive Field. And Kerry Wood coming on for the Tribe to try and keep it a tie game. Something he was unable to do last night.
Sixth pitcher for the Indians tonight. And actually, when all things considered, the bullpen's done a terrific job. When you consider Anthony Reyes, the starter, gave up 7 runs today. They've been able to hold it. We're going into the 9th. Wood's going to get a second chance to redeem himself. Coming into the 9th with the tie game, and he's going to face the guy that hurt him last night in Jason Bay. Hit the 3-run homer on the second pitch.
Every time Boston has scored tonight, the Indians have scored in their half. And it's the only time we've had scoring. It's almost been a game of follow the leader. Jason Bay has walked twice, singled, and scored a pair of runs. Kerry Wood said after the ball game last night, I made a bad pitch in terms of location to Jason Bay.
Yeah, and he also said it doesn't matter how hard you throw it. If you don't locate it, it doesn't matter.
Up the middle, another base hit for Bay. So the leadoff man aboard for Mike Lowell, who is 1 for 4.
He's got Jason Bay, such a nice short swing. He tried to throw him a 2-seam fastball there, and again, that had too much of the plate. Bay gets the count in his favor, and a good short stroke, gets a base hit, his second hit of the night. He's been on 4 out of the 5 times he's been up to the plate tonight.
And Mike Lowell steps in, looks at a ball up high. Two balls and no strikes. Lowell took a hack but fouls it away. 2-1.
You know, this would be a good time. I mean, in this count, 2-1 hitters count, if Francona wanted to start Jason Bay at first base. Although Kerry Wood can get a lot of swings and misses, but he's not real fast to home plate. He's about 1 and 1.5.
2-2. Again, Bay takes a modest lead at first. He holds, and the pitch is up and in, but it thought maybe he glanced off the bat, but it did not. Full count. I think that may have crossed up Martinez.
Well, that ball just had so much movement. You know, Victor had to go back there, and he was lucky to get a glove on it with the movement, because then it was blocked out by the arm of Lowell.
So a full count here. Wood doesn't want to walk Lowell. Lowell knows that. And let's see if Francona rolls the dice with his runner.
Start him.
He takes off. Pitch hit in the air. Shallow right. In comes Chu. Running hard. He's there. Makes the catch. And Bay back to first, 1 down.
Look at Lowell upset with himself. Popped it up. Bay has to retreat to first base. Victor out to talk to Kerry Wood.
Now Jason Varitek, 1 out of 3 tonight. RBI double back in the 3rd inning. He's also walked and scored. This game now officially 4 hours long. Tied at 8 in the 9th. Pitch high, ball 1 to Varitek. It took us almost 2 hours to play the first 3 innings, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah. It was a long game with all the base runners, the hits, and everything that was going on.
Pop back out of play.
But as I mentioned, after the first 3 innings, it was a 7-7 game, and we're going into the 9th. It's 8-8. So, usually when you get into your bullpens that early in a game, you're going to have a route one way or the other, and it certainly has not been that way. So they both settled it down.
Each team traded a run in the 7th. Now the 1-1 pitch from Wood to Jason Varitek. Swung on and missed. I don't know if Bay just didn't get a good jump or if that was just strictly a bluff move towards second.
Well, he took off, and I don't know if it was a bluff because you don't want to distract the hitter if you can't. Maybe he did slip. I don't know. He took a couple of steps, and it was just.
The 1-2 is, I guess, a bit outside. 2-2. Another look.
It's going to be a backdoor slider. That's been a ball all night. No reason to start calling him now.
Inside full count. Boy, another full count. Bay took off on the 3-2 pitch to Mike Lowell. And he's running again here. And Varitek singles into right field. Bay on his way to third. He'll go in standing. Red Sox at the corners with 1 out. Jason Varitek with 2 hits on the night. And now Nick Green will get his first at-bat of the ballgame.
Well, you get to that full count, and you pretty much know this one down enough for Varitek. He wasn't going to catch up to the fastball of Kerry Wood, but he gets this one. Drills it into right field. Hit number 14. That allows Bay easily to go to third base. There's the go-ahead run 90 feet away for Nick Green.
Nick Green will make his first plate appearance against Kerry Wood. Now, Julio Lugo had started this game tonight and had 2 hits, including at the time what was the go-ahead RBI single. But then Francona removed him for defense. And so now Nick Green comes up and swings and misses with the infield drawn in. Runners at the corners and 1 out. Jensen Lewis now warming for the Tribe. There is Lugo. 0-2.
Well, now he's got to go for the strikeout. Got him 0-2. Ride a high fastball. He swung through 2 of them.
This is what they call Powder River. Fastball, fastball, fastball. 97 miles an hour to get the strikeout, 2 down.
Well, you're not going to do anything to slow his bat down. You just go right at him with a fastball and elevate it. And he did. He did get a piece of it right into Victor's glove. So that's out number 2. And now Gary a chance to get out of it.
Jacoby Ellsbury is the batter. Couple of ribbies on the night. 1 base hit. Low ball 1. This will be the 20th pitch of the inning for Kerry Wood coming up right here. Strike to the inside edge to even the count. Red Sox have gone 6 for 16 tonight with runners in scoring position. 4 for 9 with 2 outs, so they've had some big 2-out knocks, including Lugo's RBI hit in the 7th. Outside, 2-1.
Yeah, we've seen those all night long. There has to be, what, 200 or 400 pitches thrown in this game, I would think. And everyone that's been off the plate there has been a ball.
Papelbon just in case. Lopez if we stay tied. Back out of play. 2-2. Go ahead run 90 feet away for Boston. Kerry Wood 1 strike away from sending this to the bottom of the 9th and keeping it a tie game. $19,613 Frosty fans urging Kerry Wood on here in the 9th. Bay at third, Varitek at first with 2 down. And Wood's 2-2 pitch to Ellsbury is a liner to second, caught by Cabrera, and the inning is over. A huge sigh of relief for the Progressive Field faithful. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 8. 8 our score, bottom of the ninth, and for Boston, another pitcher coming out of the bullpen. Left-hander Javier Lopez will be the 6th Red Sox hurler to work tonight. 9th appearance of the year.
How about this? He's doing a better job against the right-handers than he is the left-handers. Right-handers hitting just .231. Lefties are hitting .444. They're 4 for 9 off him this year. DeRosa, guy leading off the inning, who hits left-handers very well.
Javier Lopez was originally a 4th-round pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks back in 1998 out of the University of Virginia. Then in 2002, the Red Sox made him a Rule 5 pick. Then the Rockies traded for him. The Diamondbacks claimed him off waivers from the Rockies. Then he signed with the White Sox in 2006. And then Boston sent David Risky to Chicago to get Lopez, and then he really.
Isn't it amazing how it takes some people sometimes, and 3 or 4 or 5 teams before they settle in and they turn into something that they're added. They're a piece to the puzzle.
Mark DeRosa down on the count quickly, 0-2. A 3-hit night for DeRosa. He singled and scored in the 2nd inning. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 3rd. Doubled in the 5th. Homered in the 7th. And the 1-2. Blooper. Shallow right. Dropping. Base hit. Indians get the leadoff man aboard. A 4-hit night for Mark DeRosa. That certainly lifted his spirits.
Well, off the end of the bat, yeah, that's a good pitch. I'll tell you, Lopez made a very good pitch. DeRosa went out there and just stayed back enough to hit it off the end and get it in front of Drew in right field, and that'll start the inning off on the right foot. Now you got to move him over. See a bunt here.
And Francisco squares, bunts it back toward the mound. Lopez takes the out at first. DeRosa into scoring position with 1 away. So Francisco gets his job done, and now Grady Sizemore coming to the plate.
Nice job. Didn't try to be too fine. Even though it's right out in front of the plate, you force the pitcher to field it. He's only going to go for 1. Now you give your next 2 hitters a chance to win the ball game here. And as I mentioned, 4 for 9 left-handed hitters are off of Lopez.
Grady Sizemore, 1 hit on the night. Trying to bring home DeRosa with a game winner. And it's up high for ball 1. The Indians trailed early 1-0. Then they trailed 5-1. And they trailed 7-3. But they came back and tied it at 7 in the 3rd. Red Sox went ahead 8-7 in the 7th. They tied it again in the 8th, or in the 7th inning at 8 apiece. And now a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 9th with a runner at second base and 1 out. Big blast tonight, a 3-run homer by Ben Francisco in the 3rd, and DeRosa's homer in the 7th. The 1-1. Back to the screen. And now Sizemore down on the count of ball and 2 strikes. Grady does a good job to fight it off and stay alive.
I mean, he's tough enough. He's falling towards the first base side. And he started Grady off with something hard and inside, and he pounded him early, and now he's trying to go to the off-speed pitches to get him out in front, and he was able to just foul that pitch off.
The Indians hoping to see Sizemore come through with a big hit right here. And the 1-2. In tight. Evens the count.
That's just the old pitch there that tries to set up this second pitch here. Maybe the breaking ball away. He wants to come back and get Grady and take the sting out of his bat. So that 1-2 fastball inside backs him up.
DeRosa representing the winning run at second base. 2-2 pitch. Low, full count. They doubled up back inside again.
I don't think they really wanted to go back in there where Veritek was sitting. I think he missed in there on his own, which, you know, as a pitcher, you don't want to make a mistake out over the plate. We'll see what he does here on the full count. Even though first base is open, you know, and there's a lefty on lefty, he doesn't have to give in here.
So the payoff pitch struck him out. 2 down.
Ball looked like it might have been a little low and out of the strike zone, but that's what I'm saying. Hitters get aggressive. They want to drive the run in. So now it's up to Cabrera.
Asdrubal Cabrera has 2 hits tonight, 2 for 4 with his 2 singles, a run scored. He has also walked. Batting .328 now on the year. A little tapper foul. Javi Lopez, though, is another example of how bullpens can be inconsistent by nature. His first year with Colorado, he pitched in 75 games for the Rockies and had an ERA of .370. The next year, he pitched in 11 fewer games and his ERA was .750. And he bounced to the Diamondbacks, back to the Rockies, and ultimately landed with the Red Sox and has really turned his career around. Ball inside to even the count at 1-1. Mark DeRosa winning run at second base with 2 down here in the bottom of the ninth. 1-1 count on Cabrera. That's inside, 2-1. Red Sox still have Manny Del Carmen and their closer Jonathan Papelbon in the bullpen. Indians still have Jensen Lewis, Masa Kobayashi, and Rafi Betancourt. The 2-1. Inside again. 3 balls and a strike. Terry Francona, John Farrell. Looking at the matchups with Victor Martinez waiting on deck. 3-1 the count on Asdrubal Cabrera. Full count. Two years ago, these two teams duked it out for the American League Championship. Tonight, they're just duking it out to try to get to tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, the Indians trying to even the series at 1 game apiece, and Boston trying to keep that 11-game winning streak rolling. They have won 11 straight. It looked like early they were going to cruise, but no, the Indians wouldn't let them do that. Their offense kept responding after Red Sox put a run on the board. But here's a chance for the Indians to win it.
Cabrera bouncing ball right side. Youkilis makes the stop. The flip. Bobbles the ball. Here comes DeRosa. Indians win it. Unbelievable. What a finish to a bizarre game to begin with. 9-8. Cleveland takes it to even the series. The third Red Sox error of the night does them in.
Well, Youkilis made a beautiful diving stab to save that ball from going into right field. And the flip that goes over to Lopez, he can't believe it. Twice tonight he's made good flips or a throw.
He's looking around like, what happened?
Look at, that's a nice play. Now watch the easy flip. Lopez, he's looking for the base. He didn't catch the ball. The runner's going all the way around in case something like this happens. Unbelievable. Their 11-game winning streak over. That's going to be an error on Lopez. The Indians win it. There comes DeRosa around to score the 9th run of the ball game. How about that? You said there would be a wild finish.
I think it was a perfect way to end this ball game. Kevin Youkilis is still stunned. He's still trying to figure out what just happened. Well, what just happened is the Indians escape with a 9-8 victory. Now let's check out the Northern Ohio Pontiac Buick GMC performance of the game. Mark DeRosa, what a night.
Well, it was. 4 for 5. He tied the game in the 7th with his home run, scored the winning run right there on the air. So a couple of singles, a double, and 4 runs scored. That's something that he needed.
All right, let's check out our key play of the game presented by KeyBank, banking home of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, this is another inning where the Indians had to come back, and Ben Francisco gets into a 3-run home run. It's going to hit the foul pole. Go off of the inside, off the railing, down onto the field. That is going to be a 3-run homer, tied the game at 7.